Good morning, Mr. Weinstein.
Good morning.
We saw a few questions coming back from the jurors this morning. I want to talk about all the questions, but I don't have a lot of time. I want to talk about the one where they asked about the watch. And obviously the judge gave the instruction about, a lawyer's testimony is not evidence. But it's interesting that the jurors even asked that question. And it goes to Detective Viverito's or Investigator Viverito's credibility. Do you think that the answer will suffice the jurors' understanding of the judge's response?
You know, it's hard for me to get in the jurors' heads as to why they would ask about the watch. But if you remember, the question was, did I say that it was my client's watch, or did I refer to it as the watch? And the only thing I'm guessing that they were trying to figure out from that was, if it was my client's watch, maybe he was living in the home. And so, of course, I never said that. I had always said it was Jeffrey's watch. And so if I referred to it in closing, I never would have said that. I would have never said my client's watch. So I'm thinking they were just trying to make sure that maybe one juror thought, well, maybe that indicated he lived there because his watch, if I had said that, which I didn't, his watch was in Jeffrey's closet. And I don't know. I was hoping they just asked that to dispel that issue.
And obviously, Mr. Steele is not here because of the plea deal. That question may have been asked of Mr. Steele, but since you were there bringing up the watch, they may have honed in on it because they.
Well, yeah, I was the one that was asking about the watch because, again, Mr. Steele was not here to ask about it. I'm sure he would have been asking about it. And as I told the judge, while the judge called it a red herring, I mean, I think she meant that in a complimentary way for sure. But again, my point was, this goes to the integrity of law enforcement.
And I got that right away. I mean, wait a minute, we're red herring. That's why you was asking about the watch.
She knew that. She knew that. So.
But you made sure she understood that. You wasn't trying to, But the other question is, there were 3 counts, 59, and I get the numbers
50,
right.
I believe it was 56, 59, and 61. Okay. Or it could have been 57, 58, and 61. I'm sorry.
What can you glean from the answer to the question? If you find him, if the marijuana is connected to the other 2 charges, would they have to be connected to the other 2 charges?
Well, I think they were trying to understand the interrelatedness of those 3. And to me, the only thing that connects them together is the intent to distribute marijuana. Plus, they asked another question about intent. So I think they were trying to understand that intent to distribute marijuana aspect of it, which is why I was really glad that the judge gave that instruction that, well, you have to consider each one separately, but intent to distribute marijuana must be found for you to find guilty on any of those.
Last question. Ms. Love was kind of acting as the director of the four videos being shown. I had not
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are sealed up in the courtroom and we're waiting for the judge to take the bench. Until then, we're going to keep the music going. Let's go.
Watching me way up there. The usual place at the top of the stairs. What you thinking when you stop and stare? It's what I'm thinking, that you should be scared of me, baby. It's criminal. Why you mark your territory with your eyes smooth? Criminal. If you play your cards.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Put a 1 in the chat. You can hear the sound of my voice. Put a 1 in the chat. Let's go.
All right, good morning. Sure.
That you guys will not be able to go back and forth once we start. All right? So y'all ready?
All right, good morning, everybody. We have a verdict. We have two verdicts. And I do not want there to be any kind of disruption or disturbance in court, regardless of what this verdict is. So can we get the jury out, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a verdict. We have a verdict in the YSL case.
All right, for the jury. Pause, your President accounted for.
All right, thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I understand that you all have reached a verdict. Mr. Foreperson, is that correct? All right, and was it unanimous? All right, and this verdict has been filled in and signed and dated by you, correct? Oh, for each defendant. All right, and I noticed that Mr. Kendrick's verdict form is dated December 2nd. Is that because that's when you all reached the verdict with regard to him? Okay, and then Mr. Stillwell's is dated today. Okay. All right, Mr. Kendrick, you have been found not guilty on all charges.
Wow. Oh, wow. Break.
Mr.
Oh.
Stillwell,
Oh.
can you please stand? You have been found guilty on count 64, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and not guilty on every other charge.
Yes. Oh. Wow. Whoa. Oh, my God.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are officially released from further service, and I cannot express the degree of thanks that Fulton County owes you for your service, given the length of this trial.
Yes, ladies and
You have
gentlemen.
paid close attention this entire time, and I appreciate your devotion, as I'm sure do the parties in this case. You are welcome to stay for the sentencing, or you can return to the jury room. I would like to speak with you in just a moment in the jury room. If you all do want to stay, you're welcome to stay. Is there any objection to the form or the legality of this verdict? Any from the defense? All right. All right. Is there any reason that we can't go ahead and sentence? You may.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is breaking news. Not guilty on all counts for Mr. DeMonte Kendricks, Yacht Gotti, and one count on the gun charge for Mr. Stillwell. Now, there will be a sentencing, and I think that the lawyer, Mr. Sharp, will argue for his client to get probation. No RICO counts convicted. No RICO count conviction. No RICO count conviction, ladies and gentlemen. That is major news. There is no RICO count conviction. And ladies and gentlemen, I had to get off live. I had to make a move. Got to make a move. This is breaking news. Yacht Gotti has been found not guilty on all counts, and the jurors came back on December 2nd with their verdict. Oh, I'm on my way, ladies and gentlemen. I am on my way.
All right, so are we going to go ahead with sentencing? Is the state, I know the state had filed a recidivist notice.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do y'all intend to stand on that?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. So the recidivist is A and C recidivist. That means that I have no discretion but to sentence to the maximum on that count. And the sentence possibility is 5 to 10. I must sentence to 10 years. However, I can probate any part of that sentence at my discretion. And so the court sentence on count 64 for Mr. Stillwell is going to be 10 years to serve 2 with credit for time served.
He gets out today.
On
Oh my
probation.
goodness, he gets out today as well. Probated, yes.
All right, I am going to recess.
Oh God. Yes. Yes.
I'm going to recess for a moment, and we will reconvene on the status conference in a few minutes.
Ladies, the judge has probated the 10 years to serve 2. He has time served in, ladies and gentlemen. He comes home as well. So this is a victory for the defense. This is a black.
You have 30 days to file a motion for new trial. If you choose to do that, your attorneys will represent you on that unless they are excused from that representation by me.
I see you later.
You also have 30 days from either this date or the date the motion for new trial is ruled upon to file a direct appeal if that's something you would like to do. And given that this is a felony conviction, you would have 4 years from the date that those direct appeals are finished to file a habeas corpus petition challenging anything about the constitutionality of this conviction and sentence. All right.
All right, let's go. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. I have a special treat for you right now. We know what the verdict is right now. We just learned the verdict, and I have one of the jurors who was a part of the trial, and I was holding this until obviously I had the opportunity to be able to talk to one of the jurors. But first and foremost, put a 1 in the chat to make sure you guys are locked in. Good morning, Miss Linda. How are you?
I'm great. How are you this morning? Well, I said I'm great. I'm feeling great, but in my head, I'm not great.
You're not great, and we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. But first and foremost, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to interview you. This has been a long trial, and obviously, you were right in the thick of it, just listening to all the evidence. Before we go into why you feel the way you feel, how do you feel right now, knowing with the verdict right now? How do you feel right now? Talk to me.
I'm pretty angry at my fellow jurors. Pretty angry. I'm pretty angry. Not angry enough to curse because I don't do that. But
Okay,
I'm not happy with the way things have ended in this year plus trial. And I say year plus because this process has started longer than a year ago for us.
how's this affected your life?
It has impacted my life in more ways than I can even explain right now. It's time that we'll never get back. And if I get emotional, please forgive me. But you can't get back time that you feel at this point feels wasted to me, right? Yeah, the impact on my life has been rough. I have 8 grandchildren, and it's taken time out of my time for them. It's taken time out of my time for my husband and my family. I've missed a lot of time that I would have been spending on my job, my fellow employers. You know, they're friends. So I haven't had that time with them at work. So I've missed a lot. I've missed a lot. I'm going to try to stay on your questions as they come and not get too far off the road with those.
Okay, so let's take it back to the beginning. You as well as your other fellow jurors went to this trial with the Judge Glanville.
Yes.
You guys talked a lot, obviously, in the jury room. What was your view of the first judge on the case? And before we go into a lot of the other questions, what was your first view of the judge, and how did you think he handled the processes of the courtroom?
For me, I respected Judge Glanville. I felt that, first of all, there was a lot of disrespect from the defense attorneys against the judge that was, in my eyes, just awful. First of all, he's the high court. So many would say maybe he didn't have control of his court, but I just saw a lot of disrespect, especially from the defense side. And it played out in front of the people, I'm sure, for those who are watching live and for us, even as jurors, it played out in the courtroom. And so the disrespect was there. Getting control of his courtroom was probably a little more challenging for him. But it was not it was a terrible representation, I think, of professional individuals and how treatment was given toward the judge and the prosecution. I didn't feel, as women, I think we saw some very strong women in the courtroom who did their best to present against highfalutin attorneys who's paid millions of dollars, I'm sure, to do what they do best. And so they showed their butts in court. And so I think Judge Glanville tried to keep control of his court. I don't think he did as good of a job as I would like to have seen him do. especially with gaining that regaining or recovering the respect that he deserved in that courtroom.
Wow. Well, this is surprising to me based on the your fellow juror. And ladies and gentlemen, for those who are joining in, Miss Linda was one of 3 of the jurors who was the alternate, so she stayed to the point before deliberation. But it is very important for us to be able to unpack what was happening in that jury room. And right now, I'm surprised. You know, I mean, this is your opinion, that you felt that the defense was being disrespectful to the judge. Did you not see any how should I say, wrongdoing by the prosecution at any point during the time you watched this trial?
I think you have to measure day by day, point by point. Now, what I believe, in my opinion, again, this is my opinion and how I saw things, they had a lot to contend with. I'm not supporting or standing up for the prosecution based only because the lead were women. There were also men there. And so I'm coming from the standpoint of watching all of it play out. I don't think that they, how can I say this? I'm not going to say knew what they were getting into. There were so many things I could see happening that's not a part of the final decision, but watching from all aspects. I saw so much opportunity where the defense was getting information quashed so that it could not be presented forward. There were so many and I apologize, I'm getting a phone call right now. There were so many opportunities where the back and forth could have been controlled a little bit more, but it's, this is my first actual time of serving on a jury. So it was a lot to get into and a lot to handle.
Okay, so
it was a lot.
Every day that obviously the judge gave his admissions to the jurors, but you became good friends with a lot of jurors. Is that a fair assessment? Or did you have issues with any of your fellow jurors?
I want to say this about the jury panel. We come from different walks of life. There are those of us who are not swearers. There are those of us who are Christ-centered. There are those of us who are quiet, meek, humble. There are those of us who are boastful. So you had a very good mix. You had and I'll say this because I'm a legal assistant, so I'm a professional. So you had those of us who were professionals in the room and those of us who weren't. And so watching the dynamics of the jury pool in the back, it was a little different. There were days of a lot of noise and there were days that were calm and quiet. So
let's talk about the noise. What kind of noise? Explain the noise part for me, please.
Oh yeah, we had our arguments, we had our bickering, we had our we had some of that, simply because you have a mix of people, 16 people, again, coming from all walks of life in a room together and having levels of disrespect. And I'm not going to get very specific on issues because I don't want to put anyone out there on anyone's platform. I'll be respectful of that and respectful of all of us as a team. But it was expected because once you get into a room and find out who you all are, you have to figure out how do you respect each other in your respective places. And so we came to that, finally. But yeah, the beginning was difficult. The beginning was difficult until we all learned how to respect each other.
Okay, so now let's talk about the defendants that obviously I don't know if you're aware. Are you aware that the defendants, some of the defendants took plea deals?
I was not, simply because we were asked, do not watch the news, do not engage in social media, do not talk about the case with each other, do not talk about the case outside of the courtroom. So I wanted to respect and do the best job that I could provide, because we were told going in, none of you know whether, even though you're showing as an alternate on a list, you don't know whether you're going to be making the final decision or in the deliberation process to come down with the verdict, or whether you will serve as an alternate and be excluded from the final verdict. And so that's what we were told. And so we had to go by the judge's rule. I never wanted to be found in contempt of court and kicked off of this case because so much time had been spent on it. So I don't know what you're about to tell me. Everything that you're about to tell me playing out in the public is going to be fresh and new to me. So I was not aware.
Okay, so I saw obviously I was in the court and I was in the center of the floor. I was the actual cameraman, the center of the floor. You probably had the opportunity to see me early on.
Okay.
So I was the one that stood with the camera in the center of the floor. Where did you?
The one that I was running from, because I did notice you. I was constantly trying to put on different wigs to hide my profile and all of that, because I did notice you on the floor.
In the cafeteria
and in different places.
Oh my goodness. So you were going deep undercover. Okay, let me ask you, where did you sit? Because I saw how the juror sat. Were you in the back, in the front? Were you sitting on the floor?
I was initially sitting on the floor.
I know exactly who you are. So were you aware that you got caught on camera?
I was not aware.
Okay. You were sitting near the young man with the glasses.
Yes.
Okay. I know exactly who you are. I don't have a picture of you. Rest assured, I don't have a picture of you, but
okay, good.
But there was something, if I recall, there was something that was said to Judge Glanville about a content creator, and I think that was you on Facebook. That was you.
Yes.
I remember your voice.
That was me.
That was you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, yes, this is her. I remember the voice, and that's interesting, very interesting. We're going to talk about that in a little while. Okay, so we saw the opening arguments for Deputy District Attorney Adrian Love, and then we saw the opening arguments from the other attorneys for the defense. What was your thoughts when you heard the opening and the defendant, Mr. Williams, being referred to as the leader of a pack?
What are my thoughts?
Yes, thoughts on the opening. Let's just talk about the opening. There's a lot to unpack here, and obviously, your involvement to the point of the deliberation is significant. But you don't know what was going on in the jury room at the point of them reaching this verdict. But you were a part of everything up until that point, which was a whole year. When you went in, did you envision being having to sit in this jury for this long period of time? Did you envision this?
I did not, but we were warned. We were forewarned. Mind you, when we were called and told, and as a matter of fact, on the day that the jury pool was being selected, I was praying, Lord, don't allow me to get picked for this jury, because I don't know if I can sit for long periods of time. I've been in multiple car accidents, and as a matter of fact, I was hit after 2 months into this process, I was hit from behind.
Is that why we had the delay in the trial?
No, I don't think on my part. I think I think that whoever's behind the delay allowed me to recuperate from the injuries that I incurred.
Okay.
But that was on someone else. I'm sure we'll discover, maybe find out later on who it was about. But initially, in hearing the opening arguments, I will say this: I don't know Young Thug. I don't listen to rap music. My children will tell you if rap is playing in my car, then I'm not the driver. So I'm not a rap person. I'm not an urban wear person. I'm not, you're not going to find me in a lot of hoodies and sweatshirts and sweatpants and all of that. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying when you think of urban wear and people who are more urban centered, they might be more in tune to listening to that type of music. That might be
I'm sorry.
categorizing.
I had a question, and this is a question that I had back then, but someone else brought it to the forefront. How were you able to know this content creator was saying things if you were under sort of a sequestration or not being able to watch any social media? How were you able to find out that?
At the point that I did not know what the content creator was saying after the trial began. What I learned about the content creator happened prior to being selected for the trial. And what I saw, I just happened to be on my social media account because one thing I did not do, I did not come off, I could not cut my life off 100%. And so because I am on, and I'll be transparent, I was on my Facebook account, but with the way when at some point in 2023 or in 2023, Facebook changed the way you see things. And you can see people's posts, even though you might not be a follower. If a friend of yours might be following them, you might see things that are public, right? And so I happened to see something come up along the pre-trial process. And I saw, what I remember seeing was an image. He must have been in a different room, but there was an image of the judge and the attorneys or something from a monitor. There was a picture of a monitor. And I don't know if he took that off of the screen or if he was in the room. I don't recall that. All I can recall is saying, and then after the trial began, I was, of course, remember, I was sitting on the floor and I saw this person walk in. And so that's what,
I saw that.
Right. And so that's when I thought I might need to say something, I'm not, and then knowing I was sitting on the floor and people could see me.
Oh, we saw you.
Yeah. I was a little leery of that. And so, my thing was, we were not supposed to be known or visually known to the public. And so, how do we keep that private? And so my thing was, I need to bring this up because, he's a vlogger. He's a vlogger, whatever you want to call them,
right?
Gossiper, whatever they are, whatever they do. And, I don't have anything against that person. I just know what they do. And
right.
So,
and you made that a point to bring to the judge's attention. Has anyone reached out to you since you were a juror? And obviously I have my own sources and we're not going to reveal my source, but has anyone outside of other than myself through my source was able to reach out to you to ask questions or anything like that to you while you were a juror?
not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Were you one of the jurors that was being followed by the prosecution team? Or were you aware of that?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Wow. Okay, there's so many questions here, ladies and gentlemen. Um, uh, I'm going to objection 403. Do you know what objection 403 is?
I do not.
Okay, don't worry about it. Just something that came across my screen. Okay, so as the trial proceeded, there were multiple witnesses that got on the stand. Lil Woody. Let's talk about Lil Woody for a moment. What did you think about Lil Woody or Mr. Kenneth Copeland's testimony?
I knew right off the bat that we were not going to, and this is just my internal sense, right? Again, I've never served on a jury, but knowing that there was a connection there, I did not sense that we would get truth.
When you say connection, what do you mean?
The connection between, as was proven throughout the trial, when we knew that he was a witness for Young Thug. I did not feel, or a friend of Young Thug's, or a YSL member. You know, you see it all over him. You see the tattoos, you see the, you know, everything that was proven in court. I did not sense that we would get truth from him. And of course, it was proven, anytime you have to treat someone as a hostile witness, when you bring them out, again, keep in mind, I don't know any of these individuals. I've been in Atlanta a short period of time, and I don't know the music. So.
Well, it sounds like you don't like hip hop music at all because you don't listen to it.
I do listen to some hip hop. I don't listen to rap.
Okay.
So I don't know if they're considered hip hop.
No, and you make a good distinction. There's
Yes.
hip hop, there's rap. Rap is a part of hip hop. Maybe you're more favorable to the older music coming from. And what era, can I ask you, did you grow up listening to hip hop? Just as curiosity.
80s.
80s. Okay, so
80s,
okay. Okay.
From 80s on.
Okay, all right. Okay, so trap music is not something that.
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay, all right. Okay. Wow. So many questions.
I didn't get talked about for that. So.
Okay. All right.
My adult daughters now listen to the music I listened to as I was growing up. So.
And it's interesting that you say that. Did you come in? And I know you were a voir dire, and you asked a series of questions. Did you come in with a preconceived notion about today's rap artists versus the era that you're from? And if so, give me some of the reasons why you feel the way you feel.
So I did not come in with any preconceived notions. I think my ears are a little softer. So because rap, you have different lingo, you have slang, you have the way, I think there's even a cross with like different versions of rap, right? To the point that if you're talking at a slower pace, I might be able to keep up with that. So, but if you just tell me, that you're going to play some rap, I may not listen to it for the simple fact that I just can't keep up with it. My ears are not fast enough for that. What I would say is that after this trial, after listening to rap artists, I probably, if I'm listening to a song, if my children are playing a song, if we come across a song, I'm going to start listening to the lyrics because I'm a lyric person, right? And so if I can understand the lyrics of a song, I'm probably now going to be more in tune in paying attention to the words of a song. This trial made me a little bit more sensitive, that I honestly do believe that crime is lived out in music. I do believe that. I do believe that their crimes were committed, and the crime was lived out in the music. So
And what,
right before you.
okay, so let me ask you a question. That's interesting that you say that. Did you, how long have you had that point of view? Like, you know, it sounds like something that obviously is part of your thinking and listening to this current music. How long did you feel this way? Like with music, current hip hop music or rap?
Well, I've always felt that good music comes from the heart, right? It comes from experience. It comes from life. Life teaches you a lot of things. People write poems about life. You know, if you've gone through anything, you can probably reach out to any artist and ask them, how did you create this song? And they will tell you that it either came from an experience or an experience they had or an experience they are aware of from another person. And so I think that given the fact that I don't listen to rap, that this trial has caused me to try to become a little bit more sensitive and open to hearing it. It gave me a different perspective when it comes to rap. Like now, I said I would probably listen a little bit more to what's being said, or try to discern, or to translate it, you know, or to just get the words of it, the lyrics of it, and see what's being said. Because I think most people who do music, they write from the heart. They write from what's in them.
So someone will listen to this interview and this part of the interview and say that you actually did have a preconceived notion about these individuals just based on the introduction of music. And you know, and let me just say this, you can probably explain this a little better. They played a lot of Young Thug's music. Young Thug is a world-renowned celebrity. He sold millions and millions of records.
As I've learned.
Right. You learned this through the trial.
Right.
Do you feel that the music that he was putting out contributed to this case being indicted? Did you feel like that when you heard what the charges were? Or, you know, because I'm struggling with your answer, because it almost appears that you had a preconceived notion of the music. And I'm not trying to badger anything, but I just want to get more of an understanding of that, because there are other defendants, obviously, there's a part of this indictment that haven't been prosecuted. So I want to understand that viewpoint there.
So first of all, I don't think I could have a preconceived notion when I didn't know what would play out in the trial, right?
Mhm.
I had no clue that we would be listening to lyrics. I had no clue that we would be listening to music. Had I been on the decision-making side, I probably would have asked for transcripts to dissect the music, to listen a little bit, to review it a little bit more. But I can't understand how I would have a preconceived notion when I wouldn't know what we would be presented with until the trial.
Well, you stayed
right,
but you stayed to the you stayed to the now you stayed with the trial until its conclusion, so you were able
Correct.
to hear music, lyrics, and so forth. Did your viewpoint change? Did your viewpoint change at the end of conclusion of this trial, or are you steadfast in that belief?
So when I say that I take what would the music and the lyrics and the songs that were played in the courtroom, and I connect them with the crimes, right? That's different than saying everybody's talking about killing somebody. Everybody's talking about committing a crime through their music. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying through this trial, we were at, from my standpoint, I could connect crimes and the music and the timeline that songs were written based on when crimes were committed. And so in my viewpoint, that wasn't established until all of that was presented. So I can't have a preconceived notion before that. Now, I wasn't a rap. I don't listen to rap. So if I listen to a love song, you take Luther Vandross, you know, Luther Vandross was talking about. You get what I'm saying? I take what, music's from the heart. It takes something that comes from the heart to reach the heart. So if it's in the heart, it's either experienced or an experience that you're aware of or known of or shared from someone else. That may not be the case in point for all musicians or all people who write lyrics. But if you take a poll, I would love to see a poll on people who write music and where they get their vision from.
When you learned that the defendants in the case were housed in Wright Street and the other facilities, what was your thought then? Did you think that the judge was? Were you even aware that the defendants didn't have bonds? Were you aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware of anything concerning the defendants. Can I also say I don't know much about Rice Street? To hear the defense attorneys talk about, what they were able to get out about Rice Street, I didn't know any of that. Does it make it any less? Does it change how I feel about the trial? It does not, because it's not up to the prosecution to fix the jails. That someone has a job for that. But if you're out in the street and you're committing crime, are you supposed to go lay up on a water bed or a adjustable base mattress in a jail cell? No, every human being does deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. That I do believe. However, committing crimes does not afford you luxury in a jail cell.
Well, they were defendants and they were detainees, and they had the presumption of innocence.
Absolutely.
What does the presumption of innocence mean to you?
The presumption of innocence means that I'm innocent until proven guilty. I always believe that.
Okay.
I'm innocent until proven guilty. But if there is something connecting you to a crime, you would not be behind bars if there was nothing connecting you to a crime.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
When you learned that Judge Glanville was no longer a part of the trial, and the other jurors, and you can talk about the other jurors and their reaction. The next day, the first day you found out that Judge Glanville was no longer part of the trial, what was the conversation like with your jurors and yourself?
Well, I can't recall what the other jurors' opinions or even us discussing what, because we weren't told anything. We came in and he was gone. And so I was disappointed not to have him throughout the trial. That was how I felt. I was disappointed not to have him throughout the trial, but that was just my opinion.
Interesting. Did any of the other jurors share their viewpoint? And then you guys talk. You're with each other for a whole year. What was some of your other colleagues, fellow jurors' thoughts about this particular judge?
Well, for the ones that I did talk with, they were disappointed as well. No one was trying to seek out information. Of the few that I talked with, I had my select few that I dealt with, and so just understand that everybody's not going to share their viewpoint, and they're going to respect what they're told. And so that's what we tried to do. I did not go asking the other 15 jurors, well, how do you feel about that? What do you think? You know, there were many times that I was sitting in my corner minding my business. And that's pretty much the gist of the end of Judge Glanville being being on the bench for that trial.
So right now, all the remaining defendants, they're no longer defendants. They one is acquitted of all charges, and the other one found guilty only on the gun charge. And that was Mr. Jackson, and that was because he had a gun in the car, and his girlfriend was driving. No, he had a gun in the car that belonged to his girlfriend. And the judge, I don't know if you're aware, but the judge essentially, he was sentenced to 10 years due to probated, which means time served. He goes home today as well. So your fellow jurors, the ones that you stayed with for the whole year, they did not believe the evidence that the prosecution put forth was strong enough to find these guys guilty. How do you feel about that? And you sat with the other jurors. They didn't believe that the evidence was strong enough. They were facing murder charges.
I will say this: I'm highly disappointed. Had I been on the final crew that made that came down with the verdict, I'm pretty sure we would have had a hung jury. Simply because I'm not in agreement with what they've come to. I had enough evidence in my notebook that tied it all. I'm not sure if others were convinced to ride along, to go along. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't. And they will say whatever they want to say. But I had enough evidence in my
even to the point where the last day you were there, you would have voted for guilty.
I more than likely would have voted for guilty. Because depending on what they would have been able to show and try to prove, I would have had my own notes that I could have said, are you missing this? Are you missing that? Are you missing this? Again, I don't know what happened. I was not in the room. I don't know how they came to their decisions. There was enough evidence to prove guilt. And that's where I stand.
What were your most memorable moments out of this entire year in this trial? And what stuck out to you with the testimony and with which particular witness?
I want to say this. When I got into that jury room, into the courtroom on our initial day, there were tears in my eyes because I saw my sons. I cried many days because I saw my sons. I looked at these young men and I realized that earlier in their lives, they could have had a chance to do something different with their lives. But here we are in a trial where you're being accused of these things. What happened? How did we get here? And those are the thoughts that rang through my head. The most impactful moment of the entire trial was watching Young Thug as a teenager, as well as everyone else who was in this video with the 2 or 3 year old. I don't know how old that child was, but in that video, you have taught him to throw gang signs, gun signs. All of it was sickening. The day I saw that, we had to take a break because I couldn't handle it. And I wanted to go home. Sickening. I hear you say there's nothing wrong with being in a gang, and there's not. But when you're selling drugs, when you're poisoning your community, when you're shooting up neighborhoods, your own neighborhoods, and I'm not saying it was this one or that one. I'm just saying to Black men, young men, boys, teenagers, grown men, when you're shooting up your own neighborhoods, who is at fault for that? You are. You can't claim prejudice in a courtroom as the defense attorneys tried to do when it was very evident that our own brothers, our own young men, our own Black men are shooting up their own neighborhoods, whether they belong to them or somebody else, African American. You're shooting up your neighborhoods. You're tearing down what your parents tried to build up. It's what they provided for you and for others. And it may have been all they could do, but you don't care enough about it to not do what you're doing.
I'm gonna do something right now that you might be familiar with. We're going to take a 1 minute comfort break.
Sure.
The infamous comfort break that Judge Glanville gave you guys. I need at least 1 minute comfort break. Just stand by, okay? We'll play a little music in the background, okay? All right. All right. Okay, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back.
I'm here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. I'm gonna turn this up here a little bit. Okay. All right. Okay, so we have about 10,000 plus people that are listening right now. And some of them have questions. I'm going to read a few of the questions. I have a lot of my own, but I want to give them an opportunity because there's so many coming in. I'm going to do something that I typically don't do. I'm going to bring in I'm going to drop a link for people that have been covering this case
Yes.
for a period of time. Their content creators have been covering this case. I'm going to drop the link I'm going to bring in Nick. He's a content creator. This case has been widely covered around the world. This is the longest trial in Georgia history. And you are now part of history as it relates to Georgia coming in from another state. I won't talk about the state you're from. I am posting, guys, I'm posting a link. If you're one of the content creators that have covered this trial, and I can verify that, I'm going to put the link there. I just posted the link and I'm going to post it again. And some people have questions. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to say this. This interview was not scheduled. It wasn't planned. I reached out to my source and I was able to secure this interview. It was never planned. I didn't know this woman. I don't know this woman. Never met her before in my life. She's seen me more than I've seen her because, well, actually, I've seen her, from the point in time I've seen her. Let me ask you another question real quick. There was a glass there that was erected where the jurors were between the public. Did you see anybody? Were you able to see people on that side of the courtroom?
Say that. I'm sorry. Repeat that question.
There was a security glass there.
Correct.
Were you able to see the people on the other side of that glass?
You could.
You could.
We don't. You could see through from our side. I don't know if you could see in from the other side.
Well, I couldn't see in.
You could, or
I could
couldn't?
not. You know, only
Oh,
time,
okay.
yeah, only time I was able to see you was when I was in the center of the floor. So I could not see in. I just
Okay.
wanted to, if there was anything that you saw while you were obviously on the other side of that glass that, raised a concern for you or anything like that. Okay, I've dropped the link. Nick, I see you there. And I don't know if Pam's there, but there are people that have questions. If you want to click on the link now. The link is posted there. And obviously, Mr. Nick was just in the chat comment section. Make sure you guys are subscribing to the page. I got to do my business, man. Let me just do my business. Make sure you're subscribing. Make sure you tell a friend to tune into this interview. Again, questions down. I kind of just work off the dome. And there was so much happening during this point in this trial that I don't want to miss anything. And and the fact that you are opposed to what the outcome was, it says a lot. It says a lot, and I think that's where people are gonna have many questions because the jurors all those jurors sat there for that as long as you did, and they were able to see the same evidence that you saw, but they came to a different outcome.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you have or you have an issue with that? But what do you say to that? These are people that you spent time with. Did you? Let me ask you before you answer that question. Did you hang out with any of the jurors during this whole year of trial?
None of them.
None of them. Okay.
No.
Okay. Were you close to some of the jurors, or?
Outside of texting, I shared personal pictures with one, and another we shared daily prayer thoughts, and basically that was it. So
Okay.
no, we weren't a close jury.
Okay, you weren't a close jury.
Not to my knowledge. There may be a few others that you could tell from inside the jury room were closer than others, but no, we weren't a close jury.
Do you know who the foreman was for this jury, for the deliberation? Do you know who the foreman was?
I do.
Okay. Which one was he? Was he the black guy in front or the white guy in the back?
He was a black guy.
He was the black guy. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And what was your interaction with him, the foreman?
He was, pretty cool. I didn't have any qualms or anything with him, dissension or anything. So no, a bit surprised that he and the others came to the conclusion. However, again, I wasn't in the jury room. We all heard the same evidence. I'm floored, honestly, and that's I don't know what to say about it. So I'm a little floored.
Boy. So there were other jurors that there were probably about 5 or 6, 7 women on jurors. Do you know the actual makeup? I know you sat in it. Do you know the actual makeup of the jurors?
Yes. And I don't know how much of that they want shared. So I
saw the jurors. I was there.
You saw the jurors,
right.
Yes,
so,
yes.
I saw it. The lawyer saw it. So that's okay. You're not giving their names out, but I'm,
right.
Without giving their names out, obviously, I want you to be careful with that. But as far as you can talk about the jurors.
Okay, so there were 4 white males, 1 white female,
okay,
and 11. Well, I'll say as far as black males, there were
3, maybe
3.
Yeah.
So when we got down, so we a few were bumped off because of issues, but 3 black males and the other were females.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that's
So
what,
so
7. So it makes nine females, Black females. 1, 2. I would have to go around the room and count, but it's not in my head right now. I never broke the numbers down.
okay. So what did you think about Judge Whitaker? You know, obviously, she controlled the balance of the case. What did you think about Judge Whitaker?
I don't know if I should reserve my comment on her.
No, we're talking. It's just you and me. That's it. We're talking.
Yeah, she was, I would say she was tough. I respected her toughness. I will say that. She wasn't as, I don't think she was as giving when it comes to our personal lives, as far as like, we literally couldn't do anything with our families, and doctor's appointments had to be moved around, and opportunities likely missed because things that were preset prior to her coming. I don't think we got the respect we deserved as jurors. I think that and for the most part, for the entire case, I'm going to say this, I think that it was tough trying to ensure that you didn't lose so much of your life over this trial when you're already told you could be a year, 2 years into this thing. And we've, and I believe that Judge Whitaker was able to cut the time down. So we appreciate that. But at the same time, when, there were those of us, you had people on here who had issues, sicknesses, doctor's appointments, things like that. There were times we had to cancel those things or not be able to go to those things. And can I get a quick, brief moment?
Sure.
Don't know if you can hear me, but I'm back.
All right, I got you. You're locked
Okay.
Okay.
So I don't think she was as giving as Judge Glanville was. I can say that. But I do appreciate the fact that she got this thing done and over with, so that we can get back to our lives in 2025.
Okay.
We're exhausted mentally, emotionally. We're physically. We're all exhausted. I can say that.
Let me ask you another question. The deputies had to obviously interact with you guys a lot, going back and forth. In particular, Sergeant Ingram. What did you think about Sergeant Ingram?
I like Sergeant Ingram, whereas we didn't feel like we were getting, he cared about us. We needed something. He made sure that we got it. He would plea for us to get things that we needed. So yeah, he took care of us, and we appreciate Sergeant Ingram. I didn't get to see him on my way out, but yeah, we appreciated him.
How much interaction did Sergeant Ingram have with the rest of the jurors? Just curious. I just like to kind of paint a picture for the public. Like he went in. It was a lot of times he stood by you guys during the testimony. What did you think about that?
I think that we saw him coming in, we saw him coming out. There were times he would eat lunch with us, but outside of that, he didn't spend a lot of time.
Wait. Hold on. He ate lunch with you?
On occasion, he would. When we would have group lunch, they would bring lunch in. He would have his lunch with us. Yes.
Okay. How was those
and then outside of that, then he would go out. Well, we talked about it was more personal conversation than anything, like people taking on do-it-yourself projects at home, and him giving advice on how to do those. He came in more like a father figure. I'll say it like that.
Okay.
Encouraging some of the younger ones. Oh, wait, don't do this, but do that. If you're gonna build, use this type of tool, or so he did that.
So he was good with his hands. No, I'm saying he was, he was, doing it yourself.
Just do it yourself. Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
right,
He could give advice on all of that. Yeah. There were many of us who had flat tires, and we would get out of off of the bench or get out of jury duty and get to our vehicles, and there would be flat tires. And in his uniform, he would change tires.
What?
Yeah, he was very, like I said, he took care of us. He was all we had at times. Our husbands couldn't get to us,
Oh my
and so
goodness. Ladies and gentlemen,
not timely.
ladies and gentlemen, this is an exclusive. So Sergeant Ingram was changing tires. Now that's a gentleman.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Making sure we got home safely. Checking on sick people. He did those things. So yeah, he was a gentleman. He was good.
Okay. Okay. Boy, I have some hold on, guys. I lost myself right there. Well, man, I had a flat tire. Yo, Sergeant, I need you. Well, my tire pressure is low. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Okay. So it was like he was.
I'm gonna keep it real.
No. Listen, I don't want you to do nothing other than keeping it real. Promise you, I don't want you to do nothing else but keep it real. Did he ever cook for you guys? Bring food in? He seems like that type of guy. He'll bring a little.
No, but we didn't really get meals from the court when Glanville was initially with us. Our meals didn't come until we got until he was replaced, and then we requested a meal. So they gave us a meal a week.
Wait, hold on. I know I saw you guys in the cafeteria a lot. So you only start getting your lunches after he was replaced?
After he was placed, we started getting meals.
After he was
placed.
Well,
one meal after. So after Glanville was replaced, we had a very nice legal assistant who we requested that lunch be provided to us, and she went back to her boss and said, hey, they want meals. Can we give them meals? And
so that would be Miss Percival, wouldn't it be? Miss Lara. The judge.
Well, not her, but her legal assistant.
Okay. I know. Okay, legal assistant. Okay, very good.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
So she was able to get us a meal a week.
Okay, and, so you got a meal a week. Was it on a Monday or Friday?
It was always when we would get it, it would be on a Monday.
A Monday, okay.
Yeah. So the rest of the time we paid for our meals. We had to take the $25 per day, and provide food for ourselves. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Talk about the economic impact being on this jury had on you per se.
Well, of course, my employer continued to pay me for being on jury duty. And because of that, I honored my job. I continued to work. So I had many long nights of coming in from jury duty and taking care of business because I'm the only person who does my job. And so I could not see myself like some of the other jurors could do. And that was not go to work. And so I continued to provide services to my job, to my company, so that the things that I was responsible for would not go lax, or me having to come back to a pile of work to do, which couldn't wait. I was not in that type of position to do. And so they provided me some support, and that support has kept me going and it's kept me engaged. And so I've gotten things done.
Well, you had other jurors, and one particular, I'm sure you're probably aware that one juror had to wanted to take a job out of the state, but she couldn't because the judge wouldn't release her. Do you know that juror?
I do. Mm-hmm.
Okay. How was her demeanor after she got the word that she couldn't leave?
It was not happy, but I can't really talk about her.
Okay.
Yeah, that's her private business. So I will let her. She would have to talk about that. But
Okay. All
yeah,
right.
no, she was not happy about that.
Okay. All right. Oh boy, so much. Listen, we have some questions. I'm gonna read some of the questions that are coming in. What was your thoughts when you found out Judge Glanville was removed because of they call it ex parte communication, where the lawyers for the defense wasn't a part of a private meeting? Because that's obviously why he was removed. Because he there was a private meeting without the defense attorneys and only the prosecution. How you feel about that?
Well, I mean, if that's something that is that you're not allowed to do, I don't understand why he wouldn't have known that or have been, maybe he was tired. I don't know why would he have not abided by the rule of law or the court. So, yeah, that's confusing.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's confusing because if it's something that you can't do, why would you do it?
I think that's a $1 million question that people have asked. Are you aware that the public consensus? Well, you're not aware of it, but I'm going to tell you the public consensus is that the prosecution failed in their handling of this case, and not just the public perception, but based on your fellow jurors' verdict, that they were not happy with the prosecution. What's your thoughts about that? Because obviously, you saw the trial different than where a lot of others have saw the trial.
So here's my opinion. I did feel there were many days that we wasted a lot of time from the prosecution's end. A lot of repetition, a lot of oh gosh, it was nerve wracking. I will say that I think that they could have done a much better job.
And let me correct the record. Judge Glanville was removed because he didn't refer the recusal motion to another judge. That's why he was removed. Not because he had to meet, but because he didn't refer it to another judge. Still something that shouldn't have happened, and it actually went to the higher court. But these are the things you obviously have an opportunity to look at now that everything's over with. You can look at videos. You can look at the trial from our perspective, from what we saw, from the angle we saw it in versus the angle you saw it in, because you pretty much saw the from the point of the prosecution table to the defendants to the far right of the court. Let me ask you a question, something that we picked up during the trial. This attorney, Adrian Love, she did a lot of motions and movements and kind of talking and doing different things. Did any of the jurors bring that up in the jury room, that she was a little more animated than the other lawyers?
I think so. Yeah. I tried not to watch. On occasion, I would look over and see reactions and all, but yeah, she was very animated. From what I did see and witness. But so was also the defense attorneys. Everybody gave their reaction to something that was not good or bad or whatever. They wore their expressions definitely on their faces, so, or how they felt about a certain thing. So I paid a lot of attention to that, especially when evidence was being given, to see what reaction was happening from their standpoint. If it's something I needed to pay more closer attention to versus ignoring.
How do you feel about being on jury duty after being on such the longest trial in jury in Georgia history? Would you like to be called again, or which while you were an alternate, you had to listen to all the evidence like everyone else did?
Right.
Do you?
I'm all good for doing my civic duty. I wouldn't want to be called for a trial as long as this ever again. But I'm not afraid of jury duty. Yeah, I just think there are a lot of things that people need to be aware of that, that would help them going forward, But again, this is the first, at my age, the first time I've ever been called for jury duty, and I get selected for the trial of the year, of the century, or whatever, So, so yeah, it was quite challenging for me. And again, I would not run from it. If I ever get called again, I would definitely go and serve. But it taught me a lot. And hopefully, if I'm ever called again, that it would be, not be a trial so long, or as long as this one was.
What did you like? You spoke some a lot about the prosecution. What did you think about? What feelings did you have about each attorney representing the defendants? You had attorney Max Shard, you had attorney Doug Weinstein, you had attorney Bruce Harvey, you had attorney Westmoreland, you had attorney Brian Still, you had attorney Keith Adams. If I'm missing anyone, please, attorney App. So these are all the attorneys representing these various defendants. What did you like about the style of some of these attorneys? I'm just curious.
So I'll say, out of all of the attorneys, I paid the most attention to Adams. I felt that Keith Adams, he played to every little thing he could get his, hands on. If it was making fun of a rubber band, he tried to play to that. But he watched the jury. He was very attentive to the jury, to the expressions on our faces. He was very tuned into the pool, the jury pool.
But wouldn't you agree? He asked some very direct questions to the witnesses, and it was very a matter of fact when he asked
very matter of fact, very on point. Again, he was the sharpest in the courtroom, in my opinion. So I'll reserve my. Well, no, I won't reserve.
No time to reserve. The jury has rested.
As far as Shard, I felt Shard was only strong when Adams and Steele were in the room. I felt that I didn't feel like he was as strong. I think he played off a lot of times to their objections. I think he played off of their motions. I just really, I tried to watch all of them. Weinstein, very quiet, but he would come with his few questions, and they would be direct. And there were many times where I thought, okay, y'all are here defending these young men, and there were times that things were not being said in defense of all of the young men. And so, again, we're there for a fair trial. Everybody gets a fair trial. So I did see that from a standpoint of, are you going to get up and say something in defense of your, person there, young man, or the defendant that you're here to represent? So I saw a lot of that I was a little, that was a little questionable in my mind, is that how are all of them getting a fair trial, and if their attorneys are not getting up to ask questions pertaining to them? But then again, when they were, I'm talking about in times when it was necessary for each of them who were involved in that particular situation.
Okay.
Now, if it wasn't something that represented them, then that was understood that they would not get up. But there were times that I questioned them not having words to say about a particular situation that their particular party was involved with.
You know what I'm going to do? This is part one. This is a very good part one, and it was impromptu. What I'm going to do is, if it's okay with you, I have another juror that I need to interview as well. So,
yes,
what I want to do is I want to come back to you. I have your contact information. I will not share with anyone. And I want to first of all say thank you, because you didn't have to do this. And I do appreciate you. And I want my audience to at least appreciate her point of view, agree with it or not. She did take the time out and, obviously give me an exclusive. And for that, I commend you.
No problem.
And thank you for obviously devoting your, a portion of your, this is a very crucial part in your life. And not many people can do this. Not many people can do this, and you did it. You did it to this point.
Absolutely.
And it says a lot about people who understand how important this criminal justice system is, and how people are innocent until proven guilty.
Absolutely.
With that, we're going to resume this interview in a part two, and I'll text you and let you know when I can set the next part up.
Okay, and I'd like to listen in. Where do I connect with you?
I'll send you the link. It will be obviously available for you to listen to once we are finished with the live. And with that, because we're live now, everything's in real time.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Real time. We got 14,000 people plus watching.
Okay. I'd love to hear from the other juror's standpoint.
Absolutely.
I'd love to listen in.
Absolutely. With that, I promise to give you a call back soon.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. I know where I should have been, but this happened I literally was in my car. I made a U-turn, came back. I didn't want any interruptions. I wanted to have all my tools in place. And I know I need to be there to talk to the other attorneys, but I have another juror, ladies and gentlemen, on Twitter. Ladies and gentlemen, we're on Twitter. We're streaming on Twitter for numbers. If you're looking, the numbers are there, ladies and gentlemen. But I have another juror, and I have to set this up as well. If you don't want to hear from the other juror, just put a 1 in the chat. If you want to hear from another juror, put a 2 in the chat. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, it was a very hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on for a second here, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Let me just go ahead and grab this real quick here. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Stand by. Stand by, guys. All right. Okay. Just got a text. And then we find them all. Guys, listen, let me tell you something. You don't know what I had to do to get this interview. You think it's easy. It's not easy, ladies and gentlemen. It is not easy. It is not easy. Listen, they're all day ones. You mean last days, but they all day ones. Someone said just day ones. She's a day one. She was there from the beginning to the end. Well, not the end, but end of the trial, not deliberation. So now let's. This is important. Why she had to be here, because she was in the room with the people. Alternate or no, she didn't know she was going to be an alternate until the end. She was part of the mix. With that, please stop second guessing, Unc. I'm Uncle. Don't second guess me, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just post something here real quick. So some people say, no, that was Cap. That was Cap. Hold on, guys. Let me grab this here real quick. Sorry I had to do this, but I'm going to do it for you. I'm going to pull that right there. Okay. I'm posting something. I'm going to post something real quick here. Hold on. Let's see if it's uploading here. Okay. This is a screenshot, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to look at that. I'm going to get off screen. I'm going to let you look at that. Y'all can see what I can see. Hold on. Let me get off screen here. Okay, so you can hear me talking, but that's actually the screenshot. We've been on this live for it looks like 2 hours. No, it's not 2 hours. But those are the numbers right there, ladies and gentlemen. You guys can't see what's in the background, but those are the numbers on Twitter and other social media platforms. I just wanted to share that with you because someone said, hey, what are you talking about? 14,000? It's 15,000 people, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm like Donald Trump. I'm a numbers person. All right. Okay. All right. We're back. Hold on a second. Okay. Listen. Okay. Someone said, I don't see anything. I don't know what to tell you. If you didn't see it, I posted it. You don't see it, that's on you. It was there. You thought that was me. That was a screenshot of me. So you can see some of the background of right. They're playing. Hold on a second. Hold on. Good morning, Angela. We are live on air. Good morning. How are you?
Yo.
No, Angela, we are live on air. I'm telling you, we got 15,000 people here. What's up?
Okay, but just call me back.
Okay. I gotta tell them, sometimes people be calling me, they be live and they wait, hey, I didn't actually let me know something. So guys, let me ask you a question. What do you think about the exclusive? Was that exclusive? Yes or no? Put a 1 in chat that was exclusive. If you think that was exclusive, put a 1 in the chat. They're not like us. Oh my goodness. Okay, Brian, don't be a hater. Don't be a hater. You know that's exclusive. Stop it. Listen, I was driving. I'm gonna paint a picture. I'm driving, head to the courthouse, and I get the phone call. I said, huh? Oh, I had to make a U-turn. You need 56. Listen, when it's all over with, hopefully I can get all of them. But that was the first. We want to, obviously the jurors are the key in this case. They just gave me sent me a message. They have an appointment, but they promised to do the interview. I can't tell you who they are. But listen, jurors, now that you have been released, you can call my number. I'm putting this out to the jurors only. Here's my number. I don't know if I want to give my number out. No, I ain't gonna give my number out. Email me, news@hiphopinquirer. news@hiphopinquirer.com. Listen, guys, I'm gonna tell you something. Sergeant Ingram, I can imagine Sergeant Ingram changing tires. That for me was no, I changed. Listen. I mean, this is important to get inside what was going on in the jury room. But him changing the tire, man, I have a newfound respect for you. Well, Sergeant Ingram is a former Marine, so I do have respect for him for doing that, ladies and gentlemen. But that was, I didn't know they had that much interaction with the jurors. Now, I can talk about some of the things that occurred in that last interview, but I'm going to reserve that for a moment. Some things that stuck out for me. And I saw the comments coming in, However, when you're interviewing someone, you really don't pay attention to the comments. There was some very colorful comments there, and I slightly engaged in a few of them, but I didn't want to take away from the interview. So, and again, didn't write any questions down. I just, I asked my questions off the dome just based on my experience in covering trials, and there was a lot of things going on in that the trial, and I just wanted to make sure that I can gauge what her viewpoint was based on her sitting there for that period of time. So, and I'm gonna tell you something: jurors like this can influence outcomes of cases. Because if she was steadfast in her beliefs, that could have turned the outcome of this case differently. That, because she was upset. Y'all keep putting his name out, Vera. So I don't know. I don't know that name. But anyway, we'll leave that alone. But someone with this type of position, viewpoint can change the outcome of a trial. But she can. What we don't know, and what she doesn't know, is what were the conversations with the other jurors who may have felt like she felt. How were the other jurors able to bring her to the other side? So people can say what they would have done, but if you have 11 other people telling you this is why we believe this, there's pressures there for that juror to, a juror to maybe change their position. But when I'm listening to her, some things stood out for me. And I don't want to talk about it now. I'll let you guys talk about it, but some things stood out for me. And she said she didn't have a preconceived opinion about certain things. I'm not comfortable, not saying she's a liar, I'm just saying I'm not comfortable with that answer. I'll just leave that there for a second. And this is important. The longest trial in Georgia history, the longest trial. But, she felt like the prosecution made their case. Now, I know who she was, and you guys, y'all know who she is, not personally who she is, based on her addressing the judge addressing her during the case. She has a unique voice. And I knew who she was because I was in the courtroom when she was being able to be shown. But I never had any interaction with any of the jurors. None. I didn't even say hi to them. She said she had to change wigs because she knew who I was. And I might have seen her with a wig change. But my point is that being able to speak to someone within 30 minutes after the trial concludes, the verdict is in, is not an easy feat. Because most times jurors are rushing to get out. They don't want to talk to the media. In this case, the jurors are going to talk because I believe all the jurors at some point will talk because they've invested their life, a part of their life in this trial. Let's be nice. This is, let's be nice here. Let's be nice. I know how you feel, but I still had to hear her viewpoint. And it makes you wonder how she was picked as an alternate. I don't know. Listen, you keep saying Vera. Who the heck is Vera? I got to find out now. So I got to find out. I'm listening to a lot of you, and I don't know. I can't listen. It's not for me to say that. There's a lot to unpack with this interview. And this is important because there are other jurors who are going to have to be picked for other cases. Someone says Vera is a troll in the, oh my goodness. Okay. Well, she can't, Vera would have to be using a laptop while she's listening to the evidence. So, I mean, if she was trolling throughout the trial, then it couldn't be Vera. It would have to be, it couldn't be this juror. It would have had to be someone else. So that don't make much sense. I don't know. Okay, Vera's a troll. Okay. See, you guys, I don't know who Vera is. Do you guys believe that the prosecution team had trolls in the comment section as well? Put a 1 in chat if you believe the prosecution team had trolls in the comment section. It was one person, I'm not going to say that person's name, I'm not going to point that person out. There was one person who was always on their laptop. They always was on their laptop, and all you saw was on their laptop. You couldn't see they had a private screen, but they was always on their laptop. I'm not going to say the person's name. I'm not going to say what gender they are. All I'm saying is that there was one person that was always on their laptop when everything was popping off, everything was going crazy, and they was always down on their laptop. Y'all know what I'm talking about, but I'm not going to say the person's name. I'm not saying, listen, I'm not saying the person's name. I'm just saying, wow. Okay. I'm not Naomi. You know, I'm not Naomi. I'm not saying the name. Naomi on Twitter. I'm not saying the name. You guys know who it was. I'm not saying it. They were always now we know Miss Love was on the laptop, but she was looking for, she was checking. No, listen, there was someone there, and I saw when I was in the courtroom that was always on their laptop. I'm like, what are they doing? They're not interacting with anyone. They're just on their laptop. Like, what are they doing? Listen, I will tell you 110%, this is a real juror, and the juror in this case. I just can't tell you how I was able to get the security interview. I can't tell you that, but this is a real juror, and anyone can do their research and listen to her voice. You have the ability to play this back, and you can also, there was a point where this juror was on speaking, not on camera, but she was speaking in the courtroom. You can do it side by side. Oh, I trust me. I bet my people. I don't know if she's a Kappa or Delta. Yo, Chi, don't do that to me, Chi. No, Chi. No, Chi. No, Chi. Stop it. Cha Diggy, stop it. They're not like us, ladies and gentlemen. They're not like us. They're not like us. They're not like us. And let's just say, I do a lot of work behind the scene. I'll just say that. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's see if I got that message. Boy, I'm not Juror 56. I saw what you said. Yeah. Let me say, now that I can talk about, now I got your attention. The prosecution team failed miserably. And some probably going to say that Doug should have probably not taken a plea. He probably should have not taken a plea. I think that's what a lot of people are thinking now when they see the outcome of this case. He probably shouldn't have taken a plea. He probably saying, I shouldn't have taken a plea. Because the evidence, if there was evidence, it would have been strongest against Mr. Jackson if there were evidence. But they messed this case up badly. This case was poorly prosecuted. In my opinion, not this juror's opinion. There were so many things that most of them picked up. And I had to ask the juror about the animated behavior of Prosecutor Love. I don't like seeing that because it's non-verbal communication that jurors typically pick up on. It's some of the things that others should have tapped on the shoulder. You got to chill on that. So when I sent my tweets out, I'm trying to tell you to chill on that. People are watching. They're watching the behavior. And that had an adverse effect on those jurors, in my opinion. So there's a lot to learn. This is a blow to the prosecution. They lost their second RICO case. This is a loss. This is not a win. And the fact that Ms. Hilton was asked by the judge, now pay attention to what I'm about to say. They knew they had lost the case. The judge asked Ms. Hilton, do you want this defendant to be sentenced under the Recidivism Act? She said yes. And the judge wasn't with it. The judge, and I'm going to tell you something. Screw the issue I had with the judge. She did the right thing. And I have a respect for the judge. Even though I have a respect for the judge. And I'm not making excuses for her, but I have respect for her because she didn't play into the prosecution's bitterness of losing because they lost. And there was a gun in the car and he didn't want to be caught with a gun in the car, so he tossed it. That's what it was. And the judge knew that. But it was the bitterness towards the end that I didn't appreciate. At that point, you could have saved yourself and saved the prosecution's public appearance by saying, no, Your Honor, let's take, you could have did anything. Hey, the guy threw a gun. It was a gun he shouldn't have in the car because it was his girl's. You don't know if his girl left the gun in the car. And he just tossed it. So I didn't like the business towards the end. I felt like, hey, accept your loss. It's done. Y'all thought y'all was going to get this man 10 years in prison. It didn't work that way. And I didn't like that. I like Miss Hilton, but I didn't like that. And I don't know if she got a marching orders from the district attorney herself, which I think probably, but I would have said, Your Honor, let me call the DA up, let me call Ms. Willis up, and let's talk about this. Now, how does this look moving forward with these other defendants? How does this look for the prosecution team? Should roll for this. But anyway, I just digress. And there's a lot to unpack. And I want to shout out to all those content creators that have been covering this case. This has exposed so many people. This has exposed so many people. A lot of people. But we're going to talk to the next juror. I'm going to keep the live up, or maybe I don't keep. I don't know. We'll figure that out. Definitely shout out Thugger Daily. Shout out I'm Not a Lawyer. Shout out Lead Attorney. No, I'm not a lawyer, but shout out the Lead Attorney. Shout out Neek at Night. Shout out. Drop the names in the chat. There's so many people to shout out here. Shout out to the defense attorneys. Shout out to Max Shaw. Shout out to Doug Weinstein, Brian Steele, Bruce Harvey, Nicole Westmoreland, Mr. Keith Adams, and Mr. Kokomo, the technology guy. Shout out to Mr. Kokomo. Shout out to Paralegal Institute. Shout out to Pammy Pam, the law intellect. Who else am I missing? Kat, not Williams. I see you, Kat. You doing your thing. Sadie Nash, I see you. Megan Kuniff, as well, as much as you and I be going, you still did a good job. Very good job. I don't know Classy's beats, but if you say so, you'll get it. Cuff Boys. Even Films. Sorry, guys. I need something to drink. AV to the 7th power. Yes, AV. Shout out to AV to the 7th power. There's so many content creators out there, but I got to point out to the ones that, guys, I get some water. Stand by. I had to get some coconut water, ladies and gentlemen. Coconut water. Absolutely Thugger Daily. But shout out Thugger Daily. Let's see who else did I miss. Who else did I miss? I got a lot of work to do. This is crazy. Empress Fox. Shout out to the Empress Fox. Not only was she streaming the trial, she protested outside the courthouse. And shout out to Empress Fox. And of course, I shout out my man, lead attorney. I know I'm missing people. I'm not a hater. Even Sylvia. Even though I caught some strays because of her, even Sylvia. And I ain't gonna be a hater. I won't tell you I can't be a hater. I know people say don't shout out. But I said Nick. I definitely said Nick. She's the only one that traveled to that courthouse back every day. I couldn't do it. I had other stories. I had other obligations. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. But I'm not a hater. I wasn't a hater going in the trial, and I'm not going to be a hater at the conclusion of the trial. And I'll leave that. I don't have too much to say about that. I'm just going to say, hey, I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not that guy. Naomi, don't do it. Naomi, leave me alone, Naomi. Naomi, leave me alone. No, listen, I'm not going to do it. I said I'm not a lawyer, but I love I'm not a lawyer, but I shouted you out. Where you been at? I shouted you out. I shouted you out. I said I'm not, and no. Not just I'm not a lawyer, but and her co-host. And her co-host, I think that's her husband. I checked you guys out as well. Absolutely. There's a lot, guys. I'm telling you something. I don't know about you, but waiting for this verdict, and I'm gonna tell you, it dawned on it this morning when I went live on the stream. I thought we were going to hear a status conference. I never thought that was the verdict. I'm like, okay, I'm sitting here playing music and everything. I'm doing my thing. I'm getting my, getting my music on. I'm hitting up the. I'm like this, and then I'm like, wait a minute. Did she say that we have a verdict? That was my vibe. I'm like, wait a minute. I want to play some music. I'm like, I want to get into it. I want to like just hit that, hit the beat. And then she said she had a verdict. I was caught off guard. I was only time other than today I was caught off guard is when Deputy DA Abate's blurted out the name. He's married to her. Only 2 times. No, 3 times. I bet you guys couldn't catch. I bet you can't tell me what the 3rd time was. But those are the 3 times I was caught off guard. Oh my goodness! I'm gonna leave the 3rd time alone. I forgave her. And what? Shout out to Kayla Bumpers Jackson. She's gonna be with her man, her husband. She held him down. She held her man down. He's going home to her. He's getting out. I gotta get to the Fulton County Jail, ladies and gentlemen. I have work to do. With that said, I just got reminded. I got work to do. I'm keeping the stream up. I appreciate everyone who's been here, who stood down for the cover with the coverage of this case. But I have work to do. I'm ready to go. We head to the jail. With that, when I have the other juror on, I'll bring you guys back. It may be interview may be done from my car, but I have moves to make. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you being here. Hang around, watch the stream. I'll end it if I need to, but right now, just hang in there. We'll be back. I promise.
Hold up before you push me just a little too far. You think you're tough to see if you really are. But you do stuff, I'm ready to start. I've been tricking out since you beat me behind. I'm a fighter now. Got the gloves last month and never put them down. Couple of like the way you cut me off. Hurts on it.
Mic check 1 2 1 2, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by, stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. We will be doing our next interview at 3 p.m. today. And it will be only on YouTube at my link and I'm gonna post a link. This will be done only on YouTube. So make sure you are following, subscribing to the channel. Don't tell me, Mr. Burry, I can't find it, because I'm gonna post a link in the chat. There's something happening behind the scenes I just can't say just yet. But we are working. Trust and believe. We are working over here. With that said, I'm going to post the link, and I'm going to change the title because there's no more deliberation. The verdict is in. Not guilty for Gotti. Guilty on one gun charge for Mr. Shannon Stillwell Jackson. They're both going home, ladies and gentlemen. They're both going home. They just got to finish some let's just say administrative things they got to deal with. And we know Mr. Kendricks was recently attacked at South Fulton jail. So they need to get him up out of there because he's an innocent man of these RICO. He would not have been in jail had these charges not been brought against him. So they got to let him go. You don't hold him in for something to have for him defending himself. This is defense. I'm defending myself. I'm an innocent man. An innocent man was in jail and got attacked. He's an innocent man, ladies and gentlemen. He's an innocent man. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by. Stand by. Stand by. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm joined in with attorney Pamela. Pam, we are live here. Good afternoon, Pam. How are you?
I'm doing quite well, Mr. Byron. How are you, sir?
Good. So the verdict is in. As you know, I did have a pleasure to interview one of the jurors, and I have another one to do at 3 p.m. I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you about this outcome. What do you think?
I think that the jury got it right. I believe, we talked before, and I think we both were in agreement that Shannon was going to get that one charge, at least at minimum. And that was mainly because I think his girlfriend got on the stand and said, and actually had a voice call that said, the gun that you have on you, it's registered. It's fine. It's legal. And I'm sitting there thinking, isn't he a felon? Doesn't matter if it's legal. He's still felon in possession of a firearm. So I think that one was pretty clear if the jurors looked directly at the statute, but everything else was so confusing and all over the place that I think that they were a bit hesitant, I'm sure, about convicting someone of unaliving individuals with that type of evidence. It's a big L for Fulton County.
Let's talk about that. This, ladies, for those who are tuning in, this is attorney Pamela, Pam, and she has been covering this case like myself. But
no, I'm not going to put myself on the same pedestal as you. You've been covering it.
No. Listen, let me lift you up a little.
No. Got to give people their props. I was coming in periodically if some fireworks were happening, but you guys were getting up in the morning. You were taking your equipment. True. And you were getting into it with the judge and getting into it with the other, True. Like you were out here working this case. I'm not on the same level as how you guys covered it and other YouTubers, so I'm not going to take those type of props. Okay. But I have given my 2 cents every now and then. Okay.
Well, I respect what you do. And you have throughout this trial, I have talked with you and got your advice and got your input, and we've actually for me, I'm gonna be honest with you. This was like covering the O.J. Simpson trial. Waiting for the verdict to come in, not knowing what these jurors were going to say. and back then it was about race, and it was
Right.
America was divided, and this is about the county and how the prosecution, how they prosecuted this case based on things that were, in my opinion, a lot of speculation and guessing, and and then we hear from this one juror who basically she had a position that she took, which was, it obviously is in contrast to what the outcome was, but it was interesting just to hear her speak from being in the room and spending so much time on this trial. I want to say something, Pam. I want to get your opinion on this. At the end of the trial, at the end of this, during the sentencing phase for Mr. Jackson, the judge asked Attorney Hilton, did she want to move forward on the recidivism act against Mr. Jackson? And I called her a mean girl at that point. She said yes. And what do you think about what the judge said at that point?
I didn't hear that part, so I can't even.
So the judge basically sentenced him to 10 years suspended, 8 years, 2 years, time served. So
okay, I saw that portion, but I didn't hear anything with Hilton. I think that was the right call. They had already done 2 years. And see, it also opens up a bigger problem with Fulton County, that what they do is they'll keep you in jail and you don't have bail. And they come with all of these different facts, for bond to try to keep you in, alleged facts. The judges are taking it as gospel, even though they really don't have that full evidence. And then you get way down where you want to go home. And so you go plea, and here we go with another person with a felony. They got to check a box, that can barely get a job. And then the crime cycle starts all over again, because how are you going to make money? Right. So I appreciate everybody that filmed this and took the time out, because these are things that us that practice have seen for decades. And now the world gets to see some of the injustice that is out there. So I appreciate it for that factor. Now, I wonder how Thug feels. I wonder if Thug feels like he should have thugged it out. I wonder if he feels like he should have thugged it out.
Should Thug have thugged it out? Because this was a serious blow to the prosecution. Do you guys think Thug should have thugged it out? Because didn't backhand his jurors say the magic word "not guilty" to Mr. Kendricks, and then
we knew that, right, Dennis? We talked this morning, and I said
that
their only issue right now is Shannon Stillwell. We talked about it this morning. I said he's the only one that's going to get charged with something. I was like, Kendrick, it's I think it's a not guilty on all of his. But we already said, we almost called this to the T.
We really did. We did that this morning before the verdict came in.
We did.
And that goes to us really show that we really paid attention to the evidence as well as the lack thereof. And there was a lot lack thereof. And,
it was.
And now they're scratching and scrambling over there in the prosecution office on their next upcoming cases. Because
let me tell you what jacked the state up. What jacked the state up partially, of course, they didn't have all of the evidence. However, there were defense attorneys that were pointing it out, because oftentimes what you guys don't know is that everyone comes up with a theory. And so they'll come up with a theory, like how you heard Hilton make certain comments of, it's our theory that so-and-so and such and such. That's just a theory. That is not anything that necessarily is admissible evidence. They want you to just take their theory and say, okay, that's plausible. And that's kind of like what they want you to do. And that happens a lot. So they don't even have the evidence to really back it up. Now, it seems like this jury really took into effect the jury instruction that tells you what attorneys say is not evidence. So if you say that and you take out all of these theories that were not accompanied with substantive admissible evidence, they did not have it. And I think it shows why the previous administration chose not to bring these charges against these guys in the first place.
Right. And, right now there's two other RICO cases pending in Fulton County, and that is Ernest Williams and as well as the Cop City case that is being presided over by Judge Adams. So this,
but I think the thing with Ernest Williams, this is my, and that's, so what people testify to is evidence, and people brought that up. Testimony is considered evidence, and I think it's going to be a different group of people that will be testifying in the Ernest Williams case against him. So you have people that were investors, people that were teachers, people that allegedly had these professions, which makes it somewhat different. When you deal with some of these other people that they dealt with in YSL, they just look like liars. Like half of them had 20 cases against them. They were trying to help themselves. It looked like they had an ulterior motive. So I think the witnesses will also be different. You had Shirley Strawberry. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got different people when it comes to him that I think he has a different type of a battle. But do I think, I said it before, I don't think it's cool to hold people unindicted for a couple of years, even if it's an Ernest Williams, and they're not out on bond. Because the best way to prepare for your defense is to be able to freely talk to your attorney at their office or at some place where you can look at everything and come up with a strategy in the defense. And he deserves that just like anybody else does.
So to your point, the juror, she told her her name, Linda. Linda said that she didn't believe, she didn't believe Woody. She kind of was adamant about that. She didn't believe Woody. She basically believed that
she didn't believe him when he was talking to the police or on the stand.
She didn't believe him on the stand, and she said
she believed what he said to the police.
Did I guys? Did I ask her that? I didn't ask her in that particular format. I did ask her about what she think about Woody, and she said she knew that he was a YSL member, possible friend of Young Thug, but I don't,
But that's what I'm saying. Isn't that what happened with Kelsey with Tory Lanez? You had her get on the stand and basically say she lied about everything, but it looked like she was more relaxed, and she had her attorney and her man and all of that was there when she talked to the police.
Right.
So what convicted him was because partially, I believe, because they believed that everything she said to the police was what was true. So if this juror is saying, I didn't believe nothing he said on the stand, and that means you would believe everybody he snitched on,
Right. She believed that. She believed that. She was more.
So why wasn't anyone? Well, nah. Okay.
And someone said for those who say she had a notebook, why did she didn't have once she left the case, she didn't keep her notebooks. None of the jurors kept their notebooks.
Okay.
Yeah, they shred that stuff. They don't.
Is she a juror or was she an alternate?
Well, she's an alternate juror, so she stayed there until the case went to deliberation.
And then she left. Okay.
Yeah. So she
basically had nothing to do with the verdict.
No, nothing. Well, okay. her thing is that if she was there, she would have been a holdout. She would have voted to convict.
Okay, so that would make sense. Why I was saying, like, why would you say you believed Woody when you already when you're you believed he was lying? That means that you believed everything he said about everybody, which would have caused conviction. So that or her holding out and it being a hung jury.
Right.
So that makes sense.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah. So I'm going to clip out the interview with her, ladies and gentlemen, and then that's going to also be on my YouTube channel. So you'll have that clip. It was a long interview, so you guys have an opportunity to listen to to that juror, and then the other one I'll be doing at 3 p.m. And that will be in the membership section, ladies and gentlemen. That's exclusive. With that said,
we're glad she's an alternate because I don't want to say she ain't matter, but she ain't matter. But go ahead.
Well, I mean, she didn't matter in the bigger scheme of things, but she mattered while she was sitting there. She
was, but see, in theory, she didn't know what everybody else was thinking because you're not supposed to talk to the people around you either. Like they tell you, don't discuss the case. So she doesn't really. She can only say what she thought and what her view of everything was. So
right,
we're grateful that she didn't get chosen, but that sucks. That sucks to be there for 170 something days and not get chosen. But we're grateful. We're
You know,
grateful.
you do know she was the juror that was shown on the camera early on in the trial. Her and the guy. It was
Okay. The
yeah.
one that with Will McCray.
Yeah. You remember See, I didn't want to put his name in there. You said,
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, it's all good.
Say
You know,
people's
but
names.
she had raised the issue with Judge Glanville and mentioned him because apparently she knows him from being on Facebook. And I did have why was she on social media? And I was trying to kind of drill in on that. You know, you were on social media, but you wouldn't have known it was an issue if you weren't on social media.
She was definitely on social media. I think she definitely was on social media. Well, I ain't gonna say definitely. I'm gonna say my opinion is that she was on social media. But yeah, again, I'm glad that she just was not one of the ones, because I just don't think the state proved their case. I just don't believe that. And I'm grateful that these people were able to have defense attorneys that fought for them and took it personal. Like you can tell with Doug Weinstein and Shar, like they were just as happy as, it wasn't just another case for them. They've developed a relationship with these people in their family over the last 2 years, which takes it to a whole nother level where
Absolutely.
you fight a little harder, you sleep a lot less, you eat a lot less, you're trying to work out. Like you take it as if it's your family member, and it gives a different fight and a different unction. And some people who do court appointed work and they got 100,000 people, they don't have time to get to know their client. So you can tell that this was personal for them, to know you're walking in and they may walk out without you is a horrible feeling. And they didn't have to go home with that feeling today. So shout out to them and the work that they put in and the way they fought for their client.
Let me ask you another question. The prosecutors, obviously going, they have the option of prosecuting the rest of these people in this indictment. Do you think it makes sense for them to do that at this point? You think they should still try to drive this train when King Slime allegedly is there and the other ones have taken pleas and the last two essentially not guilty with the exception of the gun case? Again, do you think the prosecution should move forward with keep trying to drive this RICO case to the?
I think what the state should do is try to offer some pleas. And you know why they almost have to, from a civil perspective. They've been incarcerated, some of these people, for like 2 years.
Right.
If they just drop these charges, do you know how many civil lawsuits will be out here from you wrongfully incarcerating them and then dropping the charges? So it's almost like they have to look now at the financial consequence of this. And then this was one of those cases that was a career maker or breaker. I think these careers is kind of like even from Judge Glanville. Like I think some of these careers is on the shade. Like this is almost your brand now. Love is gonna be branded with this. Yeah. Hilton is gonna be branded with this. Glanville is gonna be branded. And on the flip side, you got Steele, Weinstein, and all of them. Their phones about to be ringing
blown off the hook.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's I don't know. And then there's we have to look at the elephant in the room. DA Fonnie Willis, she's under fire now. With the whole right the grievance, and this is, and then President-elect Trump is going to probably have a field day with this
coming after her.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely.
So this is major, and they had to win this. They had to win this. This case was they went simultaneously against former President Trump, newly elected President Trump, and YSL, and they had to win this. They had to, And
Madam DA is not making wise. She has not made some wise choices, and I think she may be a brilliant litigator, brilliant DA or prosecutor when she was out here doing her thing. But I do believe that she's just made some choices that were bad. I think coming after Trump, you have to make sure your hands are totally clean. Her hands weren't necessarily clean when she came after, and she was allegedly messing with, Wade and all of that. Then you're trying to stop they're trying to investigate you in Congress, and Wade is not coming when he's subpoenaed, and it's just too much stuff. Like, and then you're not records requests. You got somebody suing you for records requests because you're not dealing with those properly. And then it's this haughtiness, it's this haughtiness that comes with that. And now this YSL is just another blow. If this would have happened before the election, where somebody could have actually put someone qualified up against her, I think she would have lost. She just didn't have anybody. Right now, she still has the grip of like the Black church and all of that, which is, what they use the Black church for. I don't know why people don't see these pastors don't see what's behind all of this. Because half the time you don't even see these politicians anymore.
Absolutely.
After they come stand in your pulpit and ask for all your votes.
Now, let me I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you another question. The
Sure.
4 defendants that took plea deals, them obviously, probably thinking now, maybe I shouldn't have took a plea deal. Maybe I should
Sure.
Do they get a chance to get a second bite at the apple to get this case, like maybe get reduction?
I don't know if sometimes it depends on how it's written. Sometimes they forfeit some of those rights that you may have when you plea. They make you forfeit some of those rights. I think they may have maintained an ability perhaps to appeal. But I mean, they just admitted that he pled to everything. Like, there was no dismissals of any charges. His whole thing was he wanted to go home. He didn't even think about all these charges and all the rights that was taken away, and you will probably never get back again, and all of, like, he wasn't thinking about that. And that's how they get you. Like, you're back against the wall. And as an attorney, you can't tell them your life is not on the balance of some, random people that's a jury of your peers. So it's ultimately up to the client. But I get why Steele was pissed. Steele kept saying he wanted to fight it to the end because he thought they could win. He was almost aggravated.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I kind of missed the other question. We talked about civil liability. We talk about we know that Mr. Kendricks was injured in jail. Arguably, he was attacked in jail just a day earlier before the actual verdict came in. Why isn't it important for them to get him out of there right now? Because he's an innocent man. Why would they still hold him unless there's some other administrative reason?
Are they holding him now?
He's not out yet.
So he didn't just get to.
Well, he caught it. Now he caught a charge in jail. But why would they hold him in jail when he's an innocent man and he may have been just trying to defend himself?
So he caught a charge for this incident that just happened over the weekend.
Yeah. For what I'm told, he caught a charge.
Well, if he wasn't there,
he wouldn't. Right.
But for him being there, it would not have happened. Somebody should file a civil rights lawsuit against them for this whole trial. Right. That would be my suggestion, and it would change the trajectory of a lot of things, because now you got discovery, you can open up. But he was
okay. So he got a contraband charge, according to Candace say he got a contraband charge.
But what is the contraband charge? Is it he had a cell phone or something? Because that's considered contraband in jail as well. It's not necessarily illegal substances. Okay,
so even if it's contraband of an innocent person, is it still contraband? I don't know. I
thought it was Shannon that had another charge. I didn't know it was. I thought it was Shannon Stillwell that had another charge.
Okay.
It wasn't yet.
No, it was.
It was yet.
Someone said it was. No. I thought it was SB. It was from 3 months ago. Okay, for those who join it in, because a lot of you asked, who is this? This is attorney Pam from the Law Intellect. She sometimes acts as a co-host of some of my streams, but she's a criminal defense attorney, and she's very seasoned, and she also has been covering this case pretty much from I have to say from the beginning. You've been popping in and out, and you showed up at the courthouse. You showed up at the court. You was in the courtroom. You were right there. You do get your. I pulled up. You did pull up. So
I pulled up for something else, and I just happened to do that while I was there. And I did know one of the people that was on the prosecutor's side.
Right. We ain't gonna talk about the person who's looking at his laptop. We're gonna leave that alone. We don't know if he's on social media or he's looking up evidence. So no, Pam is not the juror. The juror's on the previous.
No.
He's not a juror. So for those who are saying this is a juror, no, she's not a juror. The juror, I interviewed the first juror. So yeah, but yeah, he, that's your guy.
That's a yak has aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and riot.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. Oh my.
Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Well, how does even that? He needs to get a bond at this point. Wouldn't you think? Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, riot. He needs to get a bond.
Would that should have been in front of Judge Whitaker, right? Isn't that something she could have handled?
Right. Someone said Pam sound like she want those boys put away, and now she doesn't sound like that to me. Like, come on, stop that. Pam is not that person. Pam actually fights for people that has been wrongfully accused.
Yeah.
What attorney does.
Yeah, I'm totally the opposite of that. I look into cases of which it was police and prosecutional misconduct.
Right. So she's definitely not that person. The last person I interviewed might have been that person.
And just to let you guys know, my last settlement that I got for a wrongfully convicted person, he did 26 years and we got $8.5 million.
That part. Let me hold something. Anyway,
I just wanted to throw that out there.
Right. She get the bag too. She get the bag, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you follow the law intellect. Pat, you want to add anything more to this? Because I'm definitely gonna be getting ready for the next interview.
You want me to go in the chat, huh? Like I got real people that were a part of this case. It's time for you to get the boot.
No, not that. I'm sorry, I don't know where that comes from. But voices in the room.
Mika said, let them know. I think that people really think I fake as a lawyer, like I play one on YouTube. But no, I really
she's in the courts. I mean,
yeah, that's really where my passion is. But that's why I couldn't be in there every day, and I know how tiring it is.
Right, and I couldn't be there every day. Arguably, I couldn't be there every day.
You were there a lot, though. You were there.
I was there. Yeah, I was there until I couldn't take it no more. No.
I did like 15 minutes, and I didn't realize how if I'm not a part of the trial, it's hard for me not to object when you're supposed to. It's hard for me not to have reactions and all of that. It's hard for me to look at it from a spectator standpoint. That's how it was with me with the YSL. I was like, how you guys holding back evidence and coming with new witnesses the day before? Like, it was so outrageous, some of the things that I saw when I was there, that it was like, are you guys serious over here?
And this is why speaking to the jurors that were in deliberation is important, because there was just so much that just I felt like slipped through the cracks, so to speak. And but they did this juror did say that how Miss Love appeared to be be a little too animated while in front of the jurors. She said she had to kind of ignore that, but the fact that you have to ignore that, it shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't ever happen.
I'm grateful. I know that it was bad that they had to go through this. It was a lot of time, money. You can't get your time back. You can get a couple of dollars, but you can never get your time back. But it opened up. I enjoy the public caring about trials like this.
Yes.
Because you've been doing it for years. I've done it for years, and we've seen the injustice that's out there. But it was on full display and it was on the spotlight. And I can appreciate that.
Yes.
Now I think people look at things in a different manner.
And I think that is the public won in the sense that they were able to see this unfold. The public actually really won. This is,
and it makes you think of the people that don't have a Weinstein or a Shard or a Steele or an Adam, and how other people that don't have that type of money that have to take the public defender with 1,000 cases. And it's nothing against public defenders. I just think they're overwhelmed. There are some very good public defenders. I just think they're overwhelmed with work because they just it's so many people that can't afford an attorney Hell, that's why half of them are criminals.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Because they ain't got no money.
Right. We can't
So
forget.
because of that, it's because of that. So just how many of them got railroaded or pled or couldn't take it to the end or whatever, or still in jail on bond because they can't afford the bond. It just highlighted the injustices. And it's not just Fulton County. It happens here in, Detroit area. It happens everywhere. Fulton just, their DA just decided to do press conferences and be loud about it. So now we paying attention.
And shout out to D Brown, Attorney Attorney D Williams, Attorney Westmoreland, and Attorney Bruce Harvey. So we don't want to forget them. And and your guy, by the way, I don't know if you want to be put on at this point.
No, we're not gonna say his name.
We're not doing that.
I haven't even contacted him yet. I was like,
and listen, by the way, burn those red outfits up. You look like a gang.
and he is honestly, he is a good attorney. I'm going to I went to school with him, as you know, and he's a good attorney. I just was like, huh? I was shocked he was on the DA side because he did defense work. Right,
but he was, listen, I don't know if he was, he was looking down his laptop more than anything. So I still want to know.
Yeah, he better be. He better. So he was probably doing the grunt work, trying to put everything together. I never talked to him, obviously, about the cases I was talking about this. So our conversations never went to that. But, sometimes the people behind the scenes, it's the love that gets to get the attention in front of the camera. But the associates that they got sitting on the back rows is probably the one interviewing people, trying to figure out certain things, finding the evidence, finding the little one-liner, finding, they are the ones that do a lot of work, and they don't get the props. But I'm sure they happy they didn't get the props this time, so it worked out for them.
Yeah, all I can say is the local bar near the courthouse is going to be packed. I don't think anyone wants to be in that area this evening.
Now that lyric situation was just too much for me. Using lyrics to try to make it. I bet not none of them come out talking about I just beat a murder charge. I bet not hear not now rap.
Oh man. Yeah. I don't know. This is someone's going to catch the brunt of this. I don't know who it's going to be. I don't know if there's some of these other defendants, because there are other defendants there like Pee Wee that actually, and the one who was accused of shooting up the Lil Wayne's bus. He actually his case was actually overturned, but they pulled him into this.
Now it's still representing anybody else?
I don't know. I had to check, but yeah, whoever gets him now, that price don't went up. Like DJ Khaled said, the price don't went up. So whoever, even all these attorneys that pretty much was on this case, yeah, they were on the longest trial in Georgia history, and Max Sharp and Doug Weinstein, their stock just went up.
And I told you, Doug Weinstein, this was his first criminal trial.
Wow.
So he's undefeated, baby. I don't care if you want to know. You still got a clean record.
That's right. That's right.
He can say, I've never lost a case and be telling the truth. He can put that on his website.
Someone said, does this lady know that most artists don't write their rap? It don't matter if you don't write it, but if you actually performing it, she said she don't don't even do it.
Does what woman realize that most artists don't write their rap? What is that?
He said
they usually do group sessions. I think that came out in trial, that they sit there and they all do group sessions. And you have people like, when you looked at Usher, he said that he got some of his songs from situations that was Jermaine Dupri with confessions and all of that. So yeah, we know that, but they were hoping that the jurors didn't know that. And the juror said, we ain't that dumb.
What else we learned, ladies and gentlemen, is what you put on social media might come back and bite you.
Oh, that's the biggest thing. Social media is one of the biggest, aside from cameras now that they have everywhere and every street light and ring cams. Social media is the biggest thing. That's why they immediately, from civil and criminal, they immediately want to know your social media handles, and they follow you, the people that tagged you. You can delete it if you want to, but they're going to subpoena the records. And even if you delete it, that's going to still come up in your record. So it doesn't matter what you delete. And then it looks like you're trying to hide something. Same thing with text messages. It looks like you're trying to hide something if you delete certain messages. So yeah, they use all that stuff against you. And the state has the resources. Like they have you under investigation. Like they were doing wiretaps on their phones and
That's
stuff.
right.
So
They were
you
following a
guys were
juror.
under severe investigation, and you didn't know anything about it. So you think they weren't subpoenaing your phones as they were going? We as defense attorneys, we'll get it at the end of everything. So by the time we try to get a phone record, it was from 3 years ago. You see, some of the years were like a long time ago.
Okay, so
that some of these alleged crimes happened. So yeah.
So what people are doing right now, Pam, is that they're playing back the interview I did earlier because it's on the same stream. I didn't end the stream. So some of the questions are coming in. You know, some people are thinking it's associated with you, but they're actually listening to the juror that interview. So make sure Pam don't catch a stray, because Pam, this is not the juror. This is because people say, "Are they still listening to that?" Yeah, because
no, ma'am, no, sir. I am for justice. I'm for justice. I fight for those that other people don't want to fight for or forget about. That's what I do.
Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I see the comments coming in rapidly, but Pam is not the juror. The jurors before this, and if those who are listening to the juror and they come kind of pulling the playhead back, I get it, but this Pam Pam don't need no strays. But the social media aspect and the testimony of like these, forget Woody for right now. Think about Detective Investigative Viverito, Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis. Think about the law enforcement that testified in this case, and they know, right? Any potential juror moving forward knows that they lost this RICO case.
But better yet, too, Dennis, I think anybody that has been convicted and they were the detectives on the case, they should be trying to look into their cases and see if the same alleged conduct occurred in their case, which can grant them a new trial. This is the type of stuff where you have certain detectives, in my opinion, that should be held accountable for some of the behaviors that they have. And I don't know what's up with all these gang experts that
they are not experts.
YouTube. I just have never, I watch Boys in the Hood. I'm like, shoot, how much you getting paid? Shoot, I did too. Maybe I could be a gang expert. Right. But they did that on the YNW Melly trial.
Right.
Like it was the same thing. They had a gang expert. And it was like we were laughing at what the expertise was. I was like, what? Is there such thing as a gang expert at this point?
Right, like that.
Is that junk science?
Junk science. No, see, that's the other thing. These experts, they failed miserably. I mean, this is a big blow to APD. This is. You didn't convict this guy of murder. Neither one of them a murder. You had him you couldn't make a murder case in the RICO. And these are the top counts. So you couldn't make that. You could not prove that these guys committed any murders. And you paraded these experts, quote unquote. The defense didn't even have to put on a case. They won this case without having put on a case.
Yeah, I mean, it's not their burden either. I think it was a good choice. I think they did a good it's a hard decision not to let your client testify. It's very, very risky. So 9 times out of 10, you don't have your client testify unless there's like a self-defense type of defense that you're having. Of course, you usually have them testify. For the most part, you don't have them testify. And because at the end of the day, they sit there innocent. They're presumed innocent. And it's the prosecution's burden. And I think oftentimes people try to switch it where it's like, you got to prove you're innocent. No, all we have is cross-examination. And if we can poke holes in your case on cross-examination, what did Ike say this morning?
The quote tweeted out there. What's the quote? What's the quote? She said, hold on, let me get the quote now. If you're confused, what she said, if you're
confused, you're not. What did she say? If you're confused, you're not convinced.
If you're not convinced, you're confused.
If you're not convinced, no, she didn't say it like that.
You see that? We can put it spot like That's why I pinned the quote. Hold on a second. You said you to me. Hold on a second. Oh my God. What did she say? Come on, somebody put. What did she?
It was good though. It was good.
It was good.
I was like, okay, it was good. I said I was gonna write it down and put it in my trial notebook because I don't reinvent the wheel. I'm old now. In the beginning, I used to like, ooh, I gotta be fresh with every case. Now I'm like, shoot, I want it on that one. I'm about to use the same line on the next.
They said if you're confused, you're not. What the heck she said? Oh my God. This is. Oh my. Okay, I found it. Hold on. Let me pull up. I had to go to my profile. Oh my goodness. I got the retweets and everything.
You didn't even get your tweet.
Huh? You didn't get the tweet?
You said if you are confused, you're not convinced. That's
Right. That's what you said. Okay. If you right, exactly. And then I said not guilty. And then the verdict came back not guilty like 5 years later.
and she basically, which is true. It's like that is if they had to come out and try to relook at all this evidence to try to see something that really wasn't there, then you're confused. When you ask for a phone call and one of the questions didn't even have anything to do with any of these defendants, it was between two other unrelated to this trial individuals, they're confusing you because you think that you thought it was a phone call with Shannon Stillwell and it was somebody totally different. Right. So yeah, if you're confused, you're not convinced. They have not met their burden, and you have to. The judge requires that you have to find them not guilty. That is not even an option.
I'm gonna tell you something, Pam. When they had asked for the rebacks yesterday on the video playback, I thought they were leaning towards a guilty. So I said, hey, if the jurors are asking, I felt like they were leaning towards guilty when they were asking about what he was saying about rats. These jurors paid attention. They were listening.
They did.
And then when I listened to the same playback afterwards, I said, well, he didn't really say anything. He just was,
When I listened to the playback, I didn't hear nothing. I was like, am I missing something? I don't see anything.
Right.
Rats.
So
but I think that perhaps again, Stillwell he didn't have evidence against him per se, but he had the most where you were looking a little side eye. With Kendricks, I just really didn't see anything. And the fact we also have to mention that he was found not guilty yesterday. They just waited until they finished with.
And that's what we said. I said, well,
we said that this morning. We was like, oh, he's going home.
He's going home.
We don't know about Stillwell. He's getting found guilty on something.
Right. They were taking too long, man. They were taking too long. But we'll know at 3 p.m. with the ladies and gentlemen. With that said, I have to get ready for my live.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Pam, for coming in.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate you so much.
Of course.
Everyone, this is Pam, not the juror. The attorney Pam, not the juror.
I just turned on the tray. You guys were roasting me in this chat.
That's why I had to end it.
I'm in peace.
I had to end it because you catch it straight. We're going to get Pam. We know who she is. She's not the juror.
I'm in peace. I was just calling Dennis back and he put me on the air and I just decided to give my little opinion. That was it. I'm sorry, guys.
Someone said when Dennis and Pam make up, we was never listen. That's my girl. I love her. She's my niece. She's my niece. Not actually, well, I don't know, Pam. Might not be my niece, my big sister.
Don't blame me. On that note, I'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you, ladies.
All right, you're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to end this stream. I have a 20. Listen, you guys got to go over to. Let me post this. I'll tweet it out. Follow me on Twitter. Hopefully, you guys will follow me on Twitter. I'm gonna post a link. And I'm going to get ready for my my next interview. I appreciate you all who have stayed with us. There's a lot going on. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I might have that person. Okay. Uh-oh. I got to put you guys on. Hold on. I'm sorry. This is an interruption. Hold on, guys. I'm going to put you on mute. All right, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we're going to end this. My Twitter. Let me see. What's your Twitter at? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to type in the link right now. Stand by, everyone. Stand by. Those who are watching, I'm going to type it in here. You guys better make sure you're subscribing because you won't be able to engage. Typing it in here. All right. Okay, I'm going to pin it. Type that in right now. What's posted on the screen right now, type that in. So that is www.youtube.com/@ Mr. Byron. Go ahead, type that. Make sure you hit the make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell because we are going to switch this into membership only. Or maybe not. We'll see. We'll see. Let me say it again. www.youtube.com/@ Mr. Dennis Byron. Make sure you're locked in. So I'll keep that up for the next 5 minutes, and then we're ending the live. Appreciate everyone who's tuned in. Peace.
Luxury things in life, so beneficial. Coming from poverty.
The cannon.
I want it all. The feeling that you get when you never have to worry about a thing, babe. I want it all. Making love on the beach, sand in your hair while your favorite song play. I want it all. I'm back riding through the city, screaming out money, anything. I want it all. All the young wanna do is elevate, celebrate, stack a couple million, celebrate.
True.
I never hate upper class niggas featherweight, trying to illustrate how to generate a dinner plate. Wanna get the feeling them rich people can sell it. And she materialistic, but damn shorty appealing. Say money make them hate, she well over $1 million. The envy got screaming for broke people's opinion. I feel her when we on South Beach by the shore. I drill her. She all about the sex, me too, familiar. So getting out and listen to my story. Gonna be the same reason that I haven't never brought. I came along with the tuna fishing up a tour, so I'm doing 180 on the road to the glory. It's me and my bad bitch taking trips out to Paris just for the fashion, cause it's walking my style. I want it all.
Hold up, boy, you push me just a little too far. You think you're tough to see how tough you really are. Put your dukes up, I'm ready to spar. I've been training, I won't flinch if you hit me hard. That's right, babe. I'm a fighter now. Got the gloves last month and never put them down. Couple of cuts, like the way you cut me off. Hurts on it, don't you try to let that. You've been saying that you hate this shit. You make it all about you. It's how it always goes, isn't it? Yeah, you make me wanna call it quits. Tell me that it's selfish when I talk about my own shit. The life that you got tatted on your forearm, you stab me in the back way to tell me is it so hard to love me with your whole heart instead of loving me with one part. Did you only let me go so you could watch me walk away? Tell me now it's being selfish, babe. Take your ass up front to back. Careful not on the slap. Careful not on careful not on the slap. Careful not on the slap. Did you only let me go so you could watch me walk away? Tell me now it's being selfish, babe. Take your ass up front to back. Careful not on the slap. I wonder if you fantasize about the nights you used to find a home between my thighs. Every curve and outline I know you memorize. Think you're missing it tonight. So am I. What? I'm just being honest. Could've had my body any way you want it. Sorry, you replaced me with your job and you replaced me with your cousin. Thought it meant a little more to you, but now I know it doesn't. Did you only let me go so you could watch me walk away? Tell me now it's being selfish, babe. Take your ass up front to back. Careful now, don't get slap. Did you only let me go so you could watch me walk away? Tell me now it's being selfish, babe. Take your ass up front to back. Careful now, don't get slap. Careful now, don't let it slap. Careful now, don't let it. Careful now, don't let it slap. Did you only let me go so you could? Let's pretend you never told me. Never told me how bad you wanted me. Let's pretend you never paid for all of my drinks. And I knew what you were thinking when you did. Let's pretend we never met. Hey, baby, how about that? How about that? 'Cause I've been trying to forget. Yeah, 'cause she got you bad. You bad. Yeah, I know that I can't be her. Be her. I don't think I wanna meet her. Time is ticking on your meter. 'Cause I'm not going to compete with her. No, I won't compete with her. No. Compete with her. No. So let's pretend we never went to bars, the Broadway shows in the bedroom. Let's pretend you never went in for that kiss. 'Cause I knew what you were thinking when you did. That's why I'm saying make up, you fucking mind, boy. Why you gotta go waste my fucking time, boy? Wake up, you fucking mind, boy. You don't get both of us at the same time. Don't know that I can't be her. And I don't think I wanna meet her. The time is ticking on your meter. 'Cause I'm not going to compete with her. No, I won't, because I know the love you need. You're only getting that from me, yeah. You either want me or you're leaving. 'Cause I'm not going to compete with her. No, I won't compete with her. No. Tell me what you want from me, boy. Tell me what you want. Stay or fucking leave, boy. Tell me what you want from me, boy. So I think I'm a sleeper. I know that I can't be her, and I don't think I wanna meet her. Time is ticking on your meter. I'm not going to compete with. I won't compete cause I know the love you needed. I said the love you only get that from me. Yeah. You either want me or you're leaving. Cause I'm not going to compete with the no. I won't compete with the no, no, no. Be with the no, no, no. Be with the no. Compete with no, no, no. I know that I can be her, and I don't think I wanna meet her. Time is ticking on your meter, cause I'm not going to compete with. I won't compete cause I know the love you needed. You only get that from me, yeah. You either want me or you're leaving. Cause I'm not going to compete with the no. I won't compete with the no, no, no. Compete with the no, no, no. Compete with the no, no, no. I won't compete with the no, no, no. Watching me way up there. The usual place at the top of the stairs. Stairs. It's what I'm thinking that you should be scared of me, baby. It's criminal, criminal. Why you mark your territory with your eyes smooth? Criminal, criminal. If you play your cards right, I'll be your alibi. Dangerous game you've been playing. Big talk for such a little man, ain't it? It's criminal, criminal. Wanna take me out? Let's see if you can now. One is a kill shot. One touch and my heart stops. One kiss, now I can't breathe. Boy, you're gonna murder me. White lines on the floor of my room. Evidence from the things you do. Got me going toward the light underneath the sheet. Boy, you're gonna murder me. Murder me, murder me. Gonna murder me. Murder me, murder me. Boy, you're gonna murder me. White lines on the floor of my room. Evidence from the things you do. Got me going toward the light underneath the sheet. Boy, you're gonna murder me. Ooh, murder me. Boy, you're gonna murder me. Back from the dead, at least that's what it feels like. Get away, we go all night. You don't wanna waste my time, so you wanna go again, so I take it like it's mine. And if it's wrong, I don't wanna know. Maybe I'm your target and you're locked and loaded. I give you my pulse, but I ain't in a rush, boy. You can kill me slow. One, it's a kill shot, kill shot. One touch, heart stop, heart stop. Kiss, now I can't breathe. Boy, you're gonna murder me. Murder me, to my room. Evidence from the things you do. Got me going toward the light underneath the sheet. Ooh, you're gonna murder me. Murder me, murder me. You're gonna murder me.